potentially decrease the amount of solar waste that is inherent to traditional solar panels. When their life cycle is over, old silicon panels have nothing to do other than filling landfills, adding to the ecological footprint problem that we are facing today.
We are expecting to see kind of two waves of panel waste coming. So the first wave should be about 2030. And then there's a huge wave that's expected to hit about 2050. And so I do know with that wave in 2050, the global estimate of PV waste is 78 million tons.
Durability is another strong suit of these cells. Tests showed that even after rolling and unrolling a fabric solar panel over 500 times, the cells retained more than 90% of their initial power generation capabilities. The future of solar technology looks bright, thanks to innovations like these. This technology can turn any surface into a power plant. MIT engineers have made a groundbreaking advancement in the field of solar technology. They've developed an ultralight fabric solar cell that can transform virtually any surface into a power source. Calling these solar cells innovative would be an understatement. They're revolutionary. Much thinner than a human hair, yet they're robust and efficient. These cells are a mere 1/100th the weight of conventional solar panels. Yet they generate 18 times more power per kilogram, all thanks to semiconducting inks and scalable printing processes. Glued to a strong, lightweight fabric, these cells are easy to install on any fixed surface. This creates endless possibilities, from wearable power fabrics to rapid deployment in remote locations during emergencies. Think of integrating them onto boat sails for power at sea, or sticking them onto tents used in disaster recovery operations. They could even be applied to drone wings, extending their flight range. This technology is not just about generating power. It's about integrating power generation seamlessly into our daily lives.
Solar for the past several years has been the cheapest form of energy, forgetting renewable or dirty, just the cheapest overall, down to a few cents per kilowatt hour. So that means that in one view of the future, we build more and more solar on the rooftops of homes, businesses, large solar arrays in the deserts, and we power our whole economy, or nearly our whole economy, with solar and other renewables.
Traditional silicon solar cells have their limitations. They're fragile and need to be encased in heavy glass and metal frames. This restricts where they can be installed. But MIT's new solar cells are a game changer. 6 years ago, the team at MIT's One Lab created solar cells so lightweight they could sit atop a soap bubble. However, those cells were made using complex processes that were expensive and hard to scale. The new generation of solar cells is entirely printable. They're made using nanomaterials in the form of electronic inks. The team uses a slot die coater to deposit layers of these materials onto a substrate that's only 3 microns thick. Then, using screen printing, an electrode is added to complete the solar module. The result? A solar module that's about 15 microns thick, which can be easily peeled off its plastic substrate. But there's a challenge. These ultra-thin solar modules are delicate. They
One, two, sound check, 2, 1, 2, sound check, 2. Hello? 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 Sound check, 2, sound check, 2. 1, 2, hello, sound check, 2. Hello, 1, 2, hello, 1, 2, hello, 1, 2, sound check, 2, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2, sound check, 2, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2, sound check, 2. 1, 2.
Have you done that? So I'm sending what? Okay, please connect to design. Try using the mic and confirm that your is going live stream.
This technology can turn any surface into a power plant. MIT engineers have made a groundbreaking advancement in the field of solar technology. They've developed an ultralight fabric solar cell that can transform virtually any surface into a power source. Calling these solar cells innovative would be an understatement. They're revolutionary. Much thinner than a human hair, yet they're robust and efficient. These cells are a mere 1/100th the weight of conventional solar panels. Yet they generate 18 times more power per kilogram, all thanks to semiconducting inks and scalable printing processes. Glued to a strong, lightweight fabric.
One, two, subject 2. Hello, subject 2, 1, 2. Hello. Welcome to the 50th anniversary of the Canada International of Computer Formula 2023. Hello.
Okay, you read me. Please stay. Let me connect.
Hello, 1, 2. Sound check 2. Hello, 1, 2. Sound check 2, 1, 2. Yes. Hello? 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 Hello?
Alpha.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, 1, 2, sound check 2.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming. Having you this morning. This is the day 3 of the 50th year anniversary of our department. Department of Chemical and Petroleum Engineering, University of Lagos. On behalf of the head of department, Dr. Faith, I'd like to welcome you to this morning's session and to wish you a wonderful session with us today. On Monday, we started with work where we started this, and we have some of the alumni with us. And yesterday, we looked at how it all began, where the pioneer heads of the department took us through the history of the department and all the labors of our heroes' part. We as well had the privilege of having the 11th Vice Chancellor, Professor Rahman Adesabelu, deliver a lecture on the Chemical Engineering, Chemical and Petroleum Engineering Department, University of Lagos, the past 50 years, and looking forward. In his lecture, Professor Bello treated us to the great strides of the department in the past 50 years, the current challenges, from the suffering from the Japa syndrome to the need for us to treat students as kings and queens that they are, knowing fully well that they are our future and that with them we can do great stuff. Today, we'd like to invite you to join with us, even as we look at fostering academic excellence and output. We trust that we will further dig into the place of the alumni body on the sustainability of the university system, and in particular, our great department, Department of Chemical and the Petroleum Department. One more time, I'd like to welcome you especially to today's session, even as we celebrate one of our great mentors and leaders, one of the pioneer staff of the department, Professor Alfred Susu. As I do the introduction, I can see him walking. Can you please jam those hands together for our own father, an academic father, mentor, Professor Alfred Susu. Please jam those hands together for him, even down him right away to the high table. Thank you, Professor. It's a joy to see you again. Please, if you are clapping for him, please do it. Do well. This is a well-respected analyst, and may I say that Professor Susu has produced a large chunk of PhD holders, many professors in this department. So celebrate him. Please celebrate him one more. In our last session we had with him recently, Professor Susu revealed some profound insight into his journey through this department. And what take away from me was a question asked him, why and how did he decide to stay in this department for such a long period of time, having had his PhD from Stanford University with many options before him, but he decided to return to this country and stayed and retired here. And he's not tired yet, but like we introduced him yesterday, Professor Susu is an emeritus professor of this university. Can you please jam those hands together one more time for him? To join Professor Susu this morning is our own Dr. John Erine, who is the chairman of the Industrial Advisory Board for Faculty of Engineering. He is to chair this session today. Please jam those hands together. Dr. John, Please, let's clap for him. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Our distinguished guests, to join them on the high table. I'm going to be introducing later, but please, let's have with us, we already have with us, a very respected and distinguished chemical engineer, who is our guest lecturer today. Please welcome with us today, Engineer Babajide Soyode, to the high table. This morning we have with us the pleasure and the presence of a very distinguished personality. He is a past president of the Nigerian Society of Chemical Engineers. He is our very own, very, very interesting. He has sacrificially been with if you need somebody to demystify thermodynamics, Professor Adefila is always happy to do that. Thank you, sir. We have with us this morning some other dignitaries. I will introduce them as I have their names. But again, we have the pleasure of Professor, our own dear Professor, Modele Eleta from University of Ilorin. Please, let's celebrate Professor Eleta this morning. She's an alumnus. She's a distinguished alumnus of this department. We have with us this morning the pleasure of our own dear, my mentor, Engineer Tony Ogunsoya. Please, let's celebrate him this morning. We have other distinguished alumni, but we will recognize them as we have their names. All right, I can see the only person I call uncle in this department, Dr. Akiola A. Akiola, who is an associate professor and a senior academic in the Department of Chemical and Petroleum Engineering. And of course, we have the immediate past head of department of this department, our own mama, and she is the first female professor of engineering in the University of Lagos, Professor Atoke Ogunbayo. Thank you for coming one more time. I would like to have you on the high table. I know you don't like it. Okay, she has asked that I allow her to be. Please join me as we celebrate the HOD as she joins the high table so that we can start the program. Please, I have the pleasure of co-hosting this event again today with our very own dear Shehu Ajidaba. I call him the adopted son of Governor of Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Shehu, please you have the mic to please take us further from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Sub-Dean of the School of Postgraduate Studies, Dr. Adegboyega Olu Imowo. Has established a well-laid protocol. But before we start, let me just quickly say the ideal engineer is a composite. Is not a scientist, is not a mathematician, is not a sociologist or a writer, but may use the knowledge and techniques of any or all of these disciplines in solving engineering problems. Once again, I congratulate the amazing Faculty of Engineering, but more importantly, the Department of Chemical and Petroleum Engineering of the University of First Choice and the nation's pride for celebrating 50 amazing decades. Can we please put ourselves a round of applause once again for the Department of Chemical and Petroleum Engineering. Without further ado, I respectfully want to once again invite, before our chairman speaks, our very own acting head of Department of Chemical and Petroleum Engineering of the University of Lagos, Dr. Mrs. Faith Uchenna Babalola. A round of applause for her as she steps forward to address this gathering once again. Please, we can do better to appreciate her.
Yes, thank you very much. We are all welcome. This is day 3 of our Grand Golden Jubilee celebration. And we are excited, we are delighted. So many people are online because our graduates are global. Our products from here, they are global people, so they are all over the world. And so especially I welcome our chairman for accepting to chair today's occasion. And then our guest speaker, is a man of experience, and we will hear from another perspective, not from the academic side. He has been in the industry for decades, so he's going to tell us what we need to know, because we are supposed to be serving the industry, actually. We also welcome our academic fathers in this department. He's for hard work, academic input, research. Oh, he loves research. We welcome you, sir. Professor Susu, you are welcome, sir. And then one of our past presidents of NSCAG. He's retired from ABU, Chemical Engineering, but I tell you, for the past almost 5 years now, he has been teaching refrigeration and liquefaction. PGG 503, now PGG 534. He has been teaching it with passion. I was taking the course, but when he came to assist, I became an assistant lecturer. And I was really, with his experience, his teaching up is different. I don't think it was like this when he was a senior lecturer. So I think the experience has actually changed the way he teaches. I'm sure if you tell Professor Susu to take a class now, he will teach it differently. I believe that. So experience adds so much to the perspective. So welcome all of you, and we thank you for coming. We recognize all our distinguished alumni. In fact, an alumnus flew in from, is it Houston, 2 days ago? I think we should really appreciate him, especially Professor Eleta from Ilorin. She's about to go, but she will stay with us today. It's really elating seeing all these people with us. So I welcome you. Relax and enjoy today's program. We had a great time yesterday, and it will keep getting better. So let's listen again for what our speakers have for us today. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
I think we can do better to appreciate the acting head of department, Dr. Mrs. Faith Uchenna Babalola. Hello. Hello. Once again, a round of applause for her. Thank you very much, ma. Let me also appreciate the manager of Anchor Petroleum, who is here with us this morning, Engineer Kayode Ajayi of the 88 set. A round of applause for him. Oh, Ayeni, I'm sorry, please. Dr. Lai Oyeleye of the 82 set, retired ExxonMobil Texas, who flew in from Houston some 2 days ago to grace this event. A round of applause for him once again. We appreciate you, sir. I appreciate Dr. Eimo for the well-established laid-down protocol. And immediately I saw him walking, I said, this is the man we have been talking about. Yesterday, we listened to Professor Ayodele Francis Oguye, the first professor of chemical engineering and the founding HOD for chemical engineering, tell us how it all began. Today, we'll be listening to another living legend. To put it into proper context, this person I'm talking about, former HOD of this great department from 1980 to 86, former dean of the best faculty in University of Lagos from 1991 to 1995, the greatest academic achievement you can get, he has it. Nigeria National Order of Merit. He is not just a professor, but you have to put prefix Emeritus Professor Alfred Akoveta Susu. We celebrate you once again, sir. But not now. To speak to us is the chairman of today's occasion. He was here yesterday. The chairman, Industry Advisory Board for Faculty of Engineering. The chairman, CEO of Matrix Petroleum Limited. My honor, pleasure, delight to respectfully invite for his opening remarks, Dr. John Irene. A round of applause for him.
Good morning, Professor Susu, my esteemed professor, our past presidents in Society of Chemical Engineers and our highly respected elders, Engineer Shoyede and Professor Defila, and the head of department, Dr. Mrs. Babalola. Our friends and colleagues here, I say good morning to all of you. And I welcome you to this event. We're celebrating chemical engineering in the University of Lagos after 50 years. 50 years is a long time. And it's great pleasure and honor to me to be part of these celebrations and these events. Sincerely, 49 years ago when I started my journey into chemical engineering in this same department, I could never have imagined sitting next to Professor Susu sharing a table. So you can understand how honored I feel to be called upon to chair this function and to sit next to Professor Susu. The history of this department cannot be written without two names, Professor A. Fogunye and Professor A. Susu. These are the two people who sacrificed and built this department and accorded it the respect it has today. Yesterday we had Professor Oguye. He spoke extensively. I was very proud of him. Today we have Professor Susu. I think the department has done very well. Congratulations, Madam. Mine is to make a few opening remarks and allow Professor Susu to come in and then Engineer Shoyode to speak to us. I'm sure we must be ready for fireworks. When you have Engineer Shoyode giving you the keynote address, you must be sure that there must be actionable points from what he's saying. He's not a man that is used to too many words. He's a man that is committed to action, getting things done. But I just want to make one or 2 points. First of all, in listening through the deliberations yesterday, one thing struck me. There was deliberate feasibility study, detailed study before a department of chemical engineering was approved for this university. Many years after the mainstream engineering departments had been functioning and graduating engineers for the Nigerian market, civil, mechanical, and electrical engineers. But it took maybe 3-4 years to plan, to do the study, plan, and start the Department of Chemical Engineering. I want to contrast that to what happens in Nigeria today. Somebody opens a university today, tomorrow he's starting a faculty of engineering. And at the end of the day, it is ramshackle. And I use the word ramshackle deliberately because that's what we across the place. Dotted across Nigeria are schools of engineering that are not even better than high schools. So I believe there's an instruction there. It's instructive for us to understand that it takes a lot to plan and implement such an academic program. To have a school of engineering, to have a department of chemical engineering, you have to make sure that you have what it takes to run such a program and to run it creditably. That is one issue that struck me, which I thought we should share this morning. The other is a little more familiar to all of us, but nevertheless, I'd like to talk about it. And that is the question of the situation of things in the universities. The question of resourcing of universities, enablement of universities, and the quality of graduates that come out from the departments. I'm particularly concerned about engineering, with special focus on chemical engineering, of course. Anybody who's been close to me in the last few years would know how passionate I am about the question of class sizes in engineering. I believe that one of the elements that can help to improve the quality of graduates is that we have proper control of the number of students that are admitted into engineering. I can't understand how you can have 150 students sitting in an engineering class. You graduate them, they come out and answer engineers. And you know that half of them are not going to be, and they're not going to be up to task. Half of them are not really going to be able to know their right from their left. They are not worthy to be called engineers. I think it's food for thought for our colleagues in the academia. We must continue to make special effort to ensure that the number of students we admit into in the classroom are students that we have adequate resources to support, and students that the market can absorb. I think it's the service to the profession of chemical engineering for us to lower the bar so much, push out so many graduates who end up being frustrated and can't even deliver. So we have to be careful about that. And this is related, of course, resources to train are also related to the situation in the universities, and especially when I understand that universities cannot hire even one lecturer on their own. They have to go through multi-layers of approvals through the government bureaucracy in Abuja in order to hire one lecturer. I think it's a non-starter. And we've got to take ourselves more seriously. It's not going to work. It's not working. It will never work. That's not the way to run universities. And I believe that universities have their councils, they have their statutes that establish them to be independent. I don't understand how we got into this kind of a mess. I think to me, it's the biggest overhang on the university system in Nigeria today. And the universities have to find a way of disentangling themselves from that mess. Well, those are some of the things that I feel passionate about, I thought I should share. But finally, of course, the topic for discussion today centers around the alumnus or the alumnus group and contributions they can make towards a department like this. I have no doubt whatsoever that Engineer Shoide is going to do justice to it, but I think it's a very apt topic, a very apt issue, and I believe that this department is blessed with very successful alumni, and that they can make very strong, robust contribution towards the growth of this university, this department, in the years ahead, to make it even, energize it further, make it more robust and stronger, and to contribute more strongly towards teaching and research in technological areas relevant to chemical engineering. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for such a remark. I do know indeed that you passion. To see if you could come and do what you've been doing here before you decided to take your retirement. Dr. Ayo is the one that has been helping us to spice up our design and some other industry flavor in our program in this department. So please join me as we celebrate Dr. Daniel Ayo one more time for those wonderful sacrifices he's made in this department. Thank you very much indeed. Now we like I said earlier on, a few weeks ago, the head of department in her wisdom invited this very distinguished and emeritus professor to come share his experience with us. And of course, my characteristic man, I attended that meeting with my diary, taking notes, because it beats me hollow to see a man with many opportunities back in his days. A man who has done what I'm trying to do today, to decide to return to Nigeria despite all the troubles and all the challenges, and with all that he achieved. And like I said earlier while I was introducing him, he produced the highest number of PhDs in this department, despite all the difficulties as we see it and as we are experiencing it today. So I took my pen and my diary to take note, and that I'm going to do again today. We have him for the next 15 minutes. I know 15 minutes will not be enough, Prof, but we will give you the liberty to speak to us. In the next 15 minutes. Thank you, Professor. Emeritus Professor A.A. Susi.
Thank you very much. I thank you. Babajide Shiyede, who is a childhood friend. I grew up in the streets of Akmombo, playing football and table tennis with him. I was a very good table tennis player. And we grew up, I think his number was 38 at Akmombo. Mine was 42. So from very early age, we grew up together. We have been friends ever since. So I welcome him especially to this meeting. And actually I suggested his name, that if you want to hear the truth, then Jide is your man.
Hello?
Hello. Yeah, just a brief statement about the University of Lagos Chemical Engineering Department. I was at IFE for 1 year, and I joined the University of Lagos. And Professor Sonny told me, why are you leaving? I didn't quite tell him because he was my friend. But I was born in Lagos. I grew up in Lagos. And I was used to Lagos life. So it was a decision based on location. Ife was far away. Although a lovely campus, very beautiful campus, but it was far away. And the way they look at things was very, very different. So I left to join Lagos, and it was a good decision for me, seeing what we accomplished in Lagos. But if you look at it, my major contribution is in postgraduate studies, because I realized that that's where you can solve problems. Because you cannot solve problems in graduate projects. You know, you cannot even be sure of the data they are giving you. But at the graduate level, it's not time-based, it's not time-limited. So you can do a lot of things together. Although the first class, most of the things we did were publishable materials in those days. But eventually I realized that, for example, my professor has about 500 papers. And there's no way to have 500 papers unless you have graduate students. So as soon as I got here, I knew that we have to have a graduate program. Maybe I won't have 500 papers, but maybe I could have 200. But it's not going to all be done by me. It's going to be done by my students. At any given time, my professor has about 20 graduate students. In a year, he can have 60 papers. So if you want to have papers, and you want to do original work, then you must have graduate students. That's what drives me at the University of Lagos. It's quite clear that I was successful at it. And the university then, and another thing is that when I go back to IFE to moderate, and I tell them, why are you retaining your graduate students for a long time? You need them to graduate. They have master's students staying 3-4 years. And I told them, you did your master's in the US for a year. You did it. So design a program for a year. Then if he fails, he fails. So design a program that if a bright student comes in, he can finish in a year and leave. That way, he's your ambassador. Anybody that I say, okay, go to the University of Ife, you get your master's degree in 1 year. And then when it comes to the PhD, try as much as possible to help the student to graduate in reasonable time. He has to graduate. If he comes in for a PhD and in 6, 7, 8 years he hasn't gotten the PhD, your program loses credibility. It loses credibility. Make things easy for him. For example, if a student is looking for publications so that he can start his work, make it easier for him. Get the publications for him. Because then those are your ambassadors. Those are the people that sell you. I never had trouble getting students doing a PhD under me because they knew I would help them. But most of our lecturers don't do that. And that's what I want to, the message I want to pass on is that encourage a university, a department that doesn't have a PhD program is going to die. It's dead. Anybody can graduate BSc people. Once you have your degrees, you can teach kinetics, separation processing, transport phenomena, optimization control, etc., etc. But the real work, the real innovative work that can fetch you even money is done by graduate students. You don't have to do it, you just have to help them to. So that has been the secret. When I went to last week, I told them, I said, why don't you have a graduate program? They said they don't have teachers. And I said, that's not a barrier. They laughed. They said, you mean? I said, it's not. I said, University of Lagos is there. Pay the teachers there. Let your students go there and receive their... So you must have graduating PhDs. So it's very important for a department to grow. You must have PhD programs. And to have PhD programs, for example, I have students all over the place since I graduated, so many of them. What they are telling the students now is that don't come to the University of Lagos. They make it difficult for you to graduate. That shouldn't be the reputation you want to have. Because you need them. Encourage these students to come here. Because we started graduate program first. That's one thing we started first, although we came much later than IFE. But we surpassed them in graduate supervision. But that has been lost now. You have a reputation for not helping your graduate students. They don't want to come here. So the message I'm passing on to you, please be kind to your graduate students. They are your saviors. For you to have the number of papers I have, you need graduate students. I'm still publishing papers today. If you have an elite staff, okay, in the US, in the schools that we went to, if there's a position, a tenure track position for say thermodynamics, you know what they do? They employ 6 people for one position. They employ 6 people and let them based. The only thing left, no, it's okay. The only thing left is money. You know, you can't do anything without money. It's unfortunate, but that is the fact of life. 30 naira, the government is giving people 30,000 naira for. Anyway, they should be ashamed of themselves. When they are getting 30 million for sitting down in a hall, in the Senate. They are getting 30 million a month. Anyway, so you must have quality students. But you have a system, we are running the American system. The American system is a system that wants to educate all of its people. That's the goal. That means that even not very bright people go to the university. So if you then want to do that, you have to create different kinds of universities. Right? You have to create universities that are not so elite. So what you find in the US is that all these places you hear about, MIT, Harvard, Cornell, Stanford, all these big names are privately owned universities. Private universities where somebody with lots of money created a university and is also friends with a lot of people with lots of money, so they can bring investment into the university system. So then they can afford to have elite students. And forget this thing about fees. The fees is not a problem. University is run with fees, yes, but it's less than 10% of what the university needs to function. So don't let's clamor about fees. Then you have the public universities, which is like what we have here now. We have private and public. The public universities, they have responsibility beyond merit and excellence. They have to train people that will man their cement, sugar, all these industries. The elite universities in the US, most of them go on to get PhDs. They are not going to sugar companies. They are not. They are going to space. They are going to high-tech industries. So it's not possible. Don't look at the, for example, we are having that now for different reasons, but we are having the private universities. If you go to Covenant, you can't but enjoy the place. The place, you see the buildings. I was going to go there. They showed me a place where I would stay. I almost accepted. That's a private university. For example, in a private university, you can't eat the money of the proprietor. You cannot. In a public university, they eat the money. It's unfortunate, they eat the money. But in a private university, if you put down 10 naira to buy this thing, that thing must be here. So you cannot, then he charges 4 million. But that's not what is running the university. They are run, universities, private universities are, like in the US, they are set up by very rich people or the churches. You know, churches are very, they are very rich. All the rich people want salvation. so once you tell them that salvation, they bring the money. So the private universities are wealthy. Beyond that, they know how to make money. Okay, once you have this elite staff and elite students, and then ideas are coming out, then you need money to make those possible. Okay, the private universities know how to make money. For example, you choose your VC here, it doesn't know anything about it. You must look like Jide now. We grew up at the same. I don't know how to make money. He does. so it's your background. So with they appoint VC, they almost kill themselves to get the position, and they just sit in the office. I was at Notre Dame University. I never saw the president of the university. I was a staff. See him because he's busy looking for money. Stanford University wanted to start an interdisciplinary complex where you come in with your ideas and you mix with everybody else and see how those ideas can be expanded based on some inputs from other disciplines. You know how much they spent in building the place where these ideas, they spent 600 million. Somebody gave it to them. So those are the kinds of money we are looking for. It's not, look, if you have a catalysis group here, you can spend easily 200 million because you know what is coming out of it. It's in billions of dollars. So those are the things. So private universities are different. They are more likely, it's a mess now, but they are more likely to evolve than public universities because the public universities are constrained. They are obligated to train the population. You can't say that because somebody has 200, you can't come into the chemical engineering or something. You can't say that somebody has 180. For example, Stanford take the equivalent, if the cutoff, if the maximum is 400, the only people they take is 380. But they can get away with it because it's private. But the advantage they have is that they now have the best of the best looking at these ideas. All you have to do is provide the resources. But in the public institutions, you have to train a lot of people. You have to train a lot of people that are really not quite there. It's your obligation. That's what government wants. So then you have a problem. So is the difference between the universities. The private universities will fly. I even think that eventually they are the saviors of this country. They will fly. They have all the ingredients to fly, and they will fly. So the thing is that don't worry about, somebody has to pay for this education. Yes, fees are part of it. They don't make it a big deal. Somebody whose father is getting 30,000 a month, how do you expect him for his kids to pay these exorbitant fees? It's not possible. Somebody has to pay for it. Government must set up bursaries and so on. And those bursaries are never paid back. There was a time when I was Dean of Engineering, the VC Alao was a good friend of mine. I really like him. And he then, Showore was the student union leader in those days. He then he increased overnight the fees for the graduate students. So Showore told him, you can't do that, and that we are going to go on strike. So he then called me, and I said, it's okay. What you should do is tell the student that because you can't go now and tell them that the fees has been removed. Tell them that the fee stays, but they don't have to pay until they have graduated. Yes, because the premise on which he made the decision is wrong. He thought that most of the graduate students are on scholarship by UN, by this, and I went and talked to the students, and most of them were not. So essentially, that's what happens in the US. You charge fees, but you don't really take it from the students. You say it's a loan. Now, when they come up, nobody repays the loan. Government has an obligation to train them. So the fee is not a problem. It's not a problem. So it is important to have money. Absolutely. Ideas, to transform ideas into concrete things that you sell. You need money. When we were in the US in those days, somewhere to run our programs. And I was talking to myself, I said, if somebody can invent something where we can have computers on our lab, it's going to be a billionaire. And that's what happened. Steve Jobs and Bill Gates, they came up with this laptop. And even their companies are in trillions. Apple, they are in trillions. So you need that kind of effort from your best brains. But you can't have the best brains coming from public institutions, because the system in the philosophy of the public institutions is to train everybody. It's to train the person whose income is 30,000 naira, 30,000 a month. There's not even enough for him to eat anything. So we have to separate the two, and that will be okay. Thank you very much.
Wow. I told you anytime I have encounter with Professor Susu, I take my pen and I write stuff down. So this morning, Prof delivered a lecture, and I've developed a very simple model to summarize his talk. Prof came up with an F of S is equals to Q of S plus QST plus QGP plus F, where F of S is a function to estimate academic excellence in Nigeria contest, and Q of S is quality academic staff, while QST is quality student body, and QGP is quality graduate program, and F is funding. It's important to mention that if you are clapping for me, clap for me. Abba. It's not easy to be an engineer, is it? All right, thank you, thank you. It is important to mention that this, when we are to optimize it, is subject to a constraint. So it's a constraint function, which I call management constraint. So management in terms of government, university management, and indeed this is a constraint that this function is subject to if we are to optimize this function. So please, one more time, let's clap for our professor, Professor Susu. And before Professor underscored again the take home yesterday about the need for student experience. Student experience cannot be overemphasized. If we are going to survive as a people, as a university, as a department, and more importantly, as an engineering body, we need to invest in graduate education. Sadly, Prof mentioned that today, we even have among us people directing and instructing students to go to LASU and other places for their graduate program. This is sad. But again, let me mention that the Dean of Postgraduate Study and myself, and of course with our management team, we are driving student experience so strongly at this time, and it's something we are doing to reverse the trend and to ensure that we have a thriving postgraduate education. So, and I hope we can count on your support to be able to drive this. I thank you, Professor, Emeritus Professor Susu, for giving us such a wonderful insight into a model that we can use to foster academic excellence. We are going to another very wonderful session of this program. And I remember the day I visited Dangote Refinery. I met this very young man. I never knew he's in his 80s. It is when Prof. Susu said they grew together that it now occurred to me that it's not actually a young man. And I dare not call him an old man. He's young. You could see that he's still looking very young. Isn't he a young man? Yeah, he's a young man. You prefer me call him a young man. You know, Engineer Shiode took us around. Of course, he briefed us and all of that. And knowing that at that age, he's still the one at the helms of affair, driving all that massive project. That speaks volume about the quality of his person. And my assignment is simple. He has helped me with just a page of his bow, unlike that of Professor Bello yesterday that I have to summarize a textbook in 3 minutes. So please permit me to introduce to you today our lecturer who will be delivering a topic, the crucial role of alumni in departmental development. I am going to read his bow. I may not ask him to stand up because he's over 80 or thereabout, but if he wants to, today I'm not going to command him like I did to my former VC yesterday. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'm grateful indeed. I'm grateful indeed. Engineer Babajide Eshoyode is a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Chemical Engineers and is a fellow of Nigeria Academy of Engineering. He was born on 2nd September 1941, and indeed he is a thoroughbred Nigerian. Please, can you clap for him? He had his secondary school education at CMS Grammar School, Lagos, and at the end of which he proceeded to the United States of America in 1961 as an ASPAU scholar. Engineer Shiode bagged a Bachelor of Science in Chemical Engineering from the Purdue University, Indiana, in USA in 1965. He had an MS Chemical Engineering from Clarkson University, New York, in 1968. He attended the Harvard Business School on the Management Development in 1980, and he belonged to the Council of the Registered Engineers of Nigeria, that is CORE. He has worked in various places, including Rum and Haas Company, USA, as a process engineer, and he worked with Sun Oil Company, USA, as a process engineer as well, between 1967 and 1974. He was a senior process engineer at the NMPC between 1971 and 1975. He was the project coordinator of Warri Refinery project between 1975 and 1977. Engineer Soyode was the deputy manager refinery and of Warri Refinery and NMPC between 1977 and 1985. He became a general manager of Warri Refinery and NMPC in 1985 and 1986. He served as the general manager of Kaduna Refinery and NMPC in 1986. He became the general manager and served in the same position, Petroleum Inspectorate, between 1986 and 1988. Engineer Babajide Shiode became the group general manager of corporate planning and development of the NMPC in 1998, the position he held for 2 years until 1990. Engineer Babajide Shiode is the founder and CEO of BH Shiode and Company, and he has been managing this company from 1993 to date, and indeed is the chairman of Petro Data Management Company from 2005 to date. Like I said earlier, he's a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Chemical Engineers and as well fellow of Nigeria Academy of Engineering, and is currently the technical consultant to Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemical. This position, Engineer Babajide Shiode held from 2013 to date. I'd like to mention that Engineer Babajide Shiode is the chairman of Bonbon Inter-Oil Nigeria Limited from year 2021 to date, and is the chairman, chief technical officer for Lake Fueling Stations Limited from 2022 to date. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just a honor to have with us today a very distinguished alumni, distinguished chemical engineer, and indeed a professional par excellence. You want to do it here? You want to come to the table? Oh my! Please just hands together until he gets to the podium. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I must confess that I owe this honor to Fred, Professor Susu. I call it Fred and Tide. It was the information from Professor Babalola that Fred recommended me for this. That's the only reason I accepted, because I had actually sworn not to do public speaking again. Because you just talk, and nothing happens. You know. But if Fred recommended me, I must come. Fred, thank you very much. Dr. John Erina is also my past president in the Nigerian Society of Chemical Engineers, and of course, a distinguished alumnus of the Department of Chemical Engineering here. I've also known him for a long time, like Professor Daniel Ayo there, and this, sit up, stand up. You, stand up. Yes, you, NNPC. No, you. NNPC man, Abi. There are many other professors that I know very well. Many of them, you know. Now, you see, another reason why I came is that this is a #1 institution of Nigeria on which Nigeria must rely for economic development, precisely industrial development. And that is going to be my message. So let me continue with it. I think the Vice Chancellor is not here. These are all my friends, you know. Fred and I, we were area boys together. In the 40s, when area boy meant something. Esteemed, distinguished alumni of the Department of Unilag Chemical Engineering Department. You are really distinguished. I can say from first-hand experience. One of the first graduates, Engineer Tony Obuigwe, we commissioned Warri Refinery together in 1978, and there are many others. My message is for you, to be very direct. I hope you will listen very carefully.
The students, you are our hope for the future. All the things I'm going to say today is to facilitate you to develop the capacity and the capability to take care of our future as Nigeria. So please, also you listen carefully. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, I owe my to address one of the issues that industrial development of Nigeria. Okay, so we go to the first step. As a video, MIT video. Can you come on?
This technology can turn any surface into a power plant. MIT engineers have made a groundbreaking advancement in the field of solar technology. They've developed an ultralight fabric solar cell that can transform virtually any surface into a power source. Calling these solar cells innovative would be an understatement. They're revolutionary. Much thinner than a human hair, yet they're robust and efficient. These cells are a mere 1/100th the weight of conventional solar panels. Yet they generate 18 times more power per kilogram, all thanks to semiconducting inks and scalable printing processes. Glued to a strong, lightweight fabric, these cells are easy to install on any fixed surface. This creates endless possibilities, from wearable power fabrics to rapid deployment in remote locations during emergencies. Think of integrating them onto boat sails for power at sea, or sticking them onto tents used in disaster recovery operations. They could even be applied to drone wings, extending their flight range. This technology is not just about generating power. It's about integrating power generation seamlessly into our daily lives.
Solar for the past several years has been the cheapest form of energy, forgetting renewable or dirty, just the cheapest overall, down to a few cents per kilowatt hour. So that means that in one view of the future, we build more and more solar on the rooftops of homes, businesses, large solar arrays in the deserts, and we power our whole economy, or nearly our whole economy, with solar and other renewables.
Traditional silicon solar cells have their limitations. They're fragile and need to be encased in heavy glass and metal frames. This restricts where they can be installed. But MIT's new solar cells are a game changer. 6 years ago, the team at MIT's One Lab created solar cells so lightweight they could sit atop a soap bubble. However, those cells were made using complex processes that were expensive and hard to scale. The new generation of solar cells is entirely printable. They're made using nanomaterials in the form of electronic inks. The team uses a slot die coater to deposit layers of these materials onto a substrate that's only 3 microns thick. Then, using screen printing, an electrode is added to complete the solar module. The result? A solar module that's about 15 microns thick, which can be easily peeled off its plastic substrate. But there's a challenge. These ultra-thin solar modules are delicate. They can tear easily, making them hard to deploy. The solution? Fabrics. The MIT team identified fabrics as the perfect substrate for these cells. They found Dyneema, a composite fabric weighing only 13 grams per square meter. This fabric is incredibly strong. In fact, its fibers were used as ropes to lift a sunken cruise ship from the Mediterranean Sea. So, how do they fare against the competition? When tested, they could generate 730 watts of power per kilogram when freestanding. When deployed on Dyneema fabric, they generated about 370 watts per kilogram. That's 18 times more power per kilogram than traditional solar cells. Moreover, these ultra-thin solar panels could potentially decrease the amount of solar waste that is inherent to traditional solar panels. When their life cycle is over, old silicon panels have nothing to do other than filling landfills, adding to the ecological footprint problem that we are facing today.
We are expecting to see kind of two waves of panel waste coming. So the first wave should be about 2030. And then there's a huge wave that's expected to hit about 2050. And so I do know with that wave in 2050, the global estimate of PV waste is 78 million tons of panel waste.
Durability is another strong suit of these cells. Tests showed that even after rolling and unrolling a fabric solar panel over 500 times, the cells retained more than 90% of their initial power generation capabilities. The future of solar technology looks bright, thanks to innovations like these.
This is not a specific invitation for UNIAG Chemical Engineering and Petroleum Department to emulate. You have an alumnus of IT and graduated PhD is sitting right there. So it's nothing special. But I want you to what is the overall objective of this thing? Is the production of clean, sustainable energy at very minimal cost. In other words, the energy for the poor people at low cost. Their best potential. And the other thing is that the detail, the thing is highly commercializable. So it's not just one theoretical fancy academic work. It is something that you find Because if you cannot dream, if you cannot imagine, you can never do it. If you can dream, you can achieve your goal. Just about time. You can dream of the department of chemical engineering 10 years ago. How to help the case. And I keep my word carefully how to help the case. Because it's not the responsibility of the alumni. It is not the whole Go and sit them there. Palm oil. We have coconut oil. These are all things. How did they make this ideas? I'm not a graduate. Me, I work in the refinery. Don't get the refinery. But the department can't say we must be in the race with the world so that in 5 years in India we can develop sustainable aviation fuel because we are part of the world. Climate change is real now. I think we all know climate change is real. And this is part of climate change. So I am just saying that the department can take something like this and say, this is what we want to do. They can conceptualize and then go out led by the VC. I said led by the VC because the job of the VC is to raise money. To raise money for the university. There's job of where I went to school, where Fred went to school in the US, the VC most of the, if not VC there, they call them president. They must raise money. All the rudimentary administrative devices, they really have a lot of money. So when you choose that and what you want to do, and this is what when Professor Su said about developing graduate students, they are very important because it's your graduate students that will do most of the work. The name of Unilag Chemical Department is all over the world. Why do I say that? Look at Professor Susu. Look at Professor Okuye. Look at Professor Amatete, Dr. Erine. You here? Dr. Ogunleye. Top, the top of the top. So there is no doubt in my mind that we should produce graduate students here who are also yielding research development which can benefit Nigeria and which can make Nigeria wealthy. Because I'm here, I know money. I just want to talk about money. Because if we have money, most of our problems, not all, but most of our problems will end. In any case, our young men and women will have something to look forward to. Now, I will jump the gun. I wait until I get there.
in their country. So if they know that sustainable aviation is available in Nigeria, they will come here. They don't have to worry. So that is a potential. Only engineering project in which we don't build anything. We don't construct buildings, we don't construct, but we put process together. That's all we do. You cannot. The centrality of chemical process engineering in promotion of the wellness of the entire political leaders. Oh, let's help them, they can get the best first class and so on and so forth. That's all. And indeed, that's all they will do. But even now, million, each of them, after all the salary they are getting, but they forget, and they're not likely to change for in the meantime. But so even this mission of producing graduates is badly managed by our politicians. Badly. Why do they pay your professors? Peanuts. That is even when they pay it. So in the modern age of industrial competition, which is where we are, innovation through research and development is the second critical role of the university. And that brings us to the second role of UNILAG Department of Chemical Engineering and Petroleum Engineering. Innovation, research, and development. It is equally as important as the primary role, that is degree production. Innovation and research and development is equally as important as degree production. Now, first of all, I forgot to congratulate you at 50. We are 50 years old now. Right? Am I wrong? Fred? 50. Your gray head. Yes. I mean, the status of UNILAG cannot be contested in Nigeria. I mean, look at Akokite. I mean, you call yourself that? Akokite, great Akokite. Fine. But I have to watch my word, so I don't want to talk. Because what I learned about the funding of the Department of Chemical Engineering, for you alumni, is not good news. I'm told not to really talk too much, but I can say it is not good. In fact, good, we shouldn't even use the word good. It is very bad, the status. The lab and everything is really. It therefore creates a challenge to you. You left a center of excellence. It is rapidly becoming something else other than excellence. Must it be like that? That is the question. But as they say, I'm not going to talk much, but a word is enough for the wise. I think there is a site visit after. You can confirm what I'm saying for yourself. And you are all very wise and smart. So, my mission this morning is not to talk about the past. No. What is done is done. My mission is to start up the great archive for the vision 20 academy at 50, at 60. That's my mission. To start you up and live up to the great archive for 20 and for academy at 60. Great archive. Great archive. Good. You have a big task ahead. Now, so let's look at where the world in which we are. You know, in the newspaper yesterday I read, I think that they say that South Africa is ready to challenge us for the biggest economy, economy in Africa. Well, I never really subscribed to that. But to be the biggest economy in Africa or anywhere, your academic institution must be the biggest and the best. Anything short of that is a mirage. It is a mirage. And it is not only that innovation and is proceeding at catalytic rate. Sam, I don't know. AI, is it real or not? So everything is moving fast and fast and fast. They are not going to wait for us. So we also have to join the race and move at the same pace. There are all kinds of revolutionary development and tag of innovation. We just saw one. And it's not just in the developed economy. These things are also happening in less developed economy, in developing economy. And we have no excuse in Nigeria. Intellectually, we can rival the best and the best in the world. That is already established. Mineral resources, we have plenty. Climate, we are blessed. The market, we are blessed. So we have no reason why we cannot develop ourselves. But the only way to develop is at least let us try and develop, no, depending on what the road in the country. Whatever we can do to develop what we already have, and we have Unilag, we must keep it. We must keep it in the race. We must keep it the best. That is my message for you today. Unilag must be a catalyst for such revolution in Nigeria. I don't know how many other universities, and I don't know how many chemical departments in Nigeria that we have that are really rival Unilag. But even if they are many, they are not enough. So the universities must lead and remain the backbone of innovation revolution in Nigeria, while the private sector will champion industrial upsurge. That is the number way. You produce the innovation, the private sector will take it up. Naturally and Unilag, and logically, Unilag must be a catalyst for innovation revolution. It is your legacy. You must be there. Unilag must be there. It is not an option. It is not an option. Unilag must be there. Now, let me tell you why I am here. What is Unilag at 60? It is the Chemical and Petroleum Engineering Department in the year 2033. What it's supposed to be. I'm just imagining it, all right? You can disagree with me or we share the same vision. I hope we share the same vision. For example, fully equipped with physical facilities of world-class standard to provide best-in-class education for bachelor's, master's, and doctor of philosophy degree candidates. Specifically, the laboratories, the libraries, the workshop, and the computational and communication systems are all world-class. This is fundamental. It is fundamental. Because it is these facilities that these graduates are also used for innovation to help the nation. The department relationship with the private industry by that time has become progressively mutually productive and beneficial. In other words, in the next 10 years, the department has become friendly with the private sector through mutually beneficial relationship. You know, we just don't sit down here and you are moaning that the government didn't do duty. Through your own imaginative work, research work, interacting with it, because the industries need help. They need help. So by interacting with them, you are also helping yourself. And I hope as non-academic have been modernized and competitive. Now, I take it this is a very we are not waiting till then. We are starting right from now. Starting right from now. But to think you can do it overnight, I think it's a little bit. So by that time, you are also very, very productive. Innovation and so on is the word. That you just don't degree, also throwing into the society some innovative research and development projects. Now, this transformation will require substantial, sustainable funding. That's all that. You need money. And we need money, hundreds of millions of naira, if not even billions. And it is not really as hard as we think. Because if you come out with programs that can be commercialized, a small portion of your own income from those things will give you enough money to do this. You have a program, say 5% return on it will give you plenty. But before then, you need the government. Can they do it or not? Private endowment from individual alumni or income from academic consultant services. All is not well with that. Revenue from special R&D enterprises. This is key. This is fundamental. Dedicated funding for alumni. This is necessary to kickstart the transformation. Because if you wait for government, nothing is going to happen. Let's face it, nothing will happen. So alumni must kickstart this. And it's only the alumni funding has the highest probability of adequacy, reliability, and sustainability. Because it's not that you just do something this year, you don't do it again. It's not. It must be sustainable. And only the alumni of who are the historical beneficiaries of this life-changing educational development, which UNILAG came in department. And I can say it, I'm telling you, I'm saying it confidently because of people I know. One of them, that's never over there. Only they can have the They are sensitive enough to really take on this task. However, a pragmatic process of achieving objective will have to be developed, because I'm not going to say that you just give me your money like that. That's not who is going to make the money, who is going to account for it. I can only make suggestions. It's something that the Alumni Association will have to decide. Because please, you just cannot throw your money and forget about it. You have to throw in your money and you start how it's being spent, or even manage the funding, the disbursement of the fund, and so on and so forth. Now, what do I have? The alumni should not be expected for tertiary education funding, including academic staff remuneration, infrastructure, security, and health provision. That is really not the rule for alumni funding. The government must continue to do this and do it adequately. Financial accountability is important. We must ensure meticulous financial transaction handling, administration, and accountability for all external funding to guarantee sustainability. Because if you cannot see the result, or you cannot account for what you are giving, it will not be sustainable. There should be a centralized alumni funding organization so that they can manage the funding efficiently. Now, this does not include individual alumni endowment. For example, a specific individual can create a specific program in his name, in the memory, or a class in the memory of a departed loved one, and so on. So this organization should not exclude that. Alumni can encourage their organization to which they belong to also participate in this funding. I think it would be necessary to have a special purpose vehicle for managing all this, because I do not believe, from what I read of the administration in our universities, that this can be led to the university. You have to take the time and organize how this day will be managed. Because it is not a job for a year or two. It's a job for the long term. And without accountability, you cannot sustain it. And the only way to assure accountability is to manage the funding yourself, and the disbursement yourself. Because donor confidence is extremely important. If the donors don't have confidence, they won't be dead. Well, I want to for discussion. Enough. So, just
Another resounding round of applause for Engineer Babajide Shoyode. The crucial role of alumni in departmental development. Excellent delivery. Thank you very much, sir. And we appreciate all you have told us. At this juncture, we would be going for a tea break. Well, I've just been told that it is not an inaugural lecture where the Chancellor will tell you, I'm just saying for this occasion that Professor have successfully delivered your inaugural lecture with contribution to knowledge. You are hereby discharged and acquitted, and we welcome you to the committee of professors that have successfully paid their dues. But this is not an inaugural lecture, so questions will be asked. I see you, the Managing Director of Unilacon, Professor Mohammed Usman. But at this juncture, I will hand over to Dr. John Erine, who has something to say, the chairman of today's occasion.
Thank you, my professor. Thank you, Engineer Shoyide, our past president. Those of you who know Engineer Shoyide will not be surprised. We didn't expect anything less from him. I know he's not a man of too many words. He goes straight to the point. And I just want to embellish what he has just said. He has thrown a big challenge. First of all, to this department, that you have to get your act together. You have to decide on what your focus is, choose on what is you're going to hoist for Nigeria for the next 10 years. And then concern yourself on how you're going to raise the funding and other resources to support it and actualize it. The alumni group, which I belong to, there is also a challenge for us in the horizon, that we have a responsibility to support this department in its quest to be a true center of excellence and a leader in process engineering technology in this country. And that means that we must be prepared to make sacrifices. We have to be organized in such a way as to make a contribution, to ask the necessary questions and ensure that our contribution counts. Not just a question of dumping resources, but making sure that the resources are properly utilized. So there are challenges for all of us. There are things to be done going forward, but the prize is also a very exciting one. So please, the first step must come from here, from this department. Put on your thinking caps. Understand that you have a pool of resources out there in form of the alumni of this department. That if you have your act together, the alumni can also be galvanized to support your endeavors. And this can be an exemplary department in this faculty and in this university. Thank you very much. Time is not very much on our side. We'll probably take 2 or 3 questions or contributions, and we'll have to end at by 12:30. I think we should be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along with the questions, let me invite very especially the 1986 set of this great department. I'm in the know of their intervention in form of mentoring, and they may want to have their presentation now. I should Professor Modele Eleta is the spokesperson. Ms. Odusoya, please, you have the floor. Please, let's put our hands together for Mrs. Odusoya. She comes on behalf of the 1986 set of this great department. All right, they may want to encourage all of you want to come. Please come. It's an opportunity to take picture with you. Wow, this is wonderful. 1986 set. Please come. 1986 set, come. All right, thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, of the 1982-86 set, I'm Shola Odusoya, representing our set. As part of the alumni, we decided that, we're just much more, as Engineer Shoyode shared today, that we could do, but that's the, little part that we started doing. We'll just share a bit of what we've done in the past couple of years. In 2021, we took on a mentorship program, which we titled CAMP, the Chemical Engineering Mentoring Program. And so it was an initiative by our group, our team. And what is notable there is that our group, in our class, we were about 26 of us, and we've stayed together for over 30 years, I'll say about 35 years. We kept in touch with one another, and we continued to nurture our friendship. And at the opportune time, when it was like 30 years later, we decided to form this group, which we had always envisioned. And we're glad that, it came to fruition, and we started the program. We want to commend Professor Ogumbayo, the immediate past HOD of the Chemical Engineering Department. She encouraged us. She's been part of us. And I think the biggest part of it is I've also seen that over because she's passed on the baton to Dr. Babalola, and she's also part of that program. At the onset of the program, Professor Ogumbayo was very much with us. She encouraged us, and she was very happy, to be part of that program. So I'll just share what we've been doing. So as mentors, we are expected to develop, to inspire, to motivate, and to coach in whatever way we can. And that's what we're trying to do. So we titled, we have some sort of, our strategy for the program is called READY. So we titled it READY. READY means, it's an acronym for R, meaning relationships, because as students, or as basically what the whole program is, we are trying to help the children, or help the engineers transition from student life to professional life. So that's the whole purpose of it. And so READY, we believe that with our relationships, you have to ensure that, you must network. That's where relationship comes in. You must keep your relationships, and which we have done over the past years. And of course, with the relationships we have, it's like you're building more and more relationships, because for every single person in that group, you have, loads and loads of other relationships that you have. So you can imagine when, each of you are holding on to your relationships, and you have a chain of relationships, you can imagine the reach of that relationship in terms of maybe the experiences you've had, and the reach you can get to. E is employment. So we talk about employment. We try to encourage them to look at their skills and the competencies that they have, because these days it's not just, like Engineer Shoyode, alluded to. He said, graduating is one thing, but it's what you do with your experiences and what you've acquired over the years that is important, and that would will go along with developing the skills and competencies you have. Thank you. So with the employment aspect, so what we do is we look at the CVs and we try to help them with their CVs, you know, how to ensure that they are catching the attention of a potential employer. Because a potential employer is not just going to look at the fact that, oh, you attended, or you went to Unilag, or you went to, you know, whichever university, but they're going to look at what competencies you have, you know, what skills you've acquired. Are they soft skills? Are they technical skills? Analytical skills? What kind of skills do you have? And what are you bringing to the table? So everybody wants value. So even as you are bringing, the employer is bringing on some value, what value are you bringing to that, you know, to the employment as well? So we also, A is advancement. When you eventually become part of that employment, you want to advance. You don't want to be stagnant. So there needs to be advancement. You need to be looking at having a learning attitude, continue to develop yourself so that you can advance with the organization. D, decision making. At every point in time, you will have decisions, myriads of decisions that you need to make. Do you want to, you know, go into academia? Do you want to continue? Do you want to become a professor, like all our professors here? Or do you want to, you know, stay in academia? Or do you want to be an entrepreneur? And, you know, there are trade-offs with decisions, and then you have to decide. And with the end, and the last thing is that you must have a work-life balance. We work most of the time, and we don't think about our families and people we've left behind, and all the other things that make us the person who we are. So that's basically what Ready is. But just to, you know, summarize. So far we've completed two tranches of the mentorship. We had two tranches in 2022, and we're on the third tranche. In the first tranche, we had, there's just 10 of us, 10 mentees, and I think in 2022, we had 26 mentees, you know, taken up by 10 mentors. And right now in 2023, we have 23 mentees that are on board for this camp as well. And we're in the first tranche with 13 mentees with 10 mentees. And the achievements so far, I'll just be quick. We've had quite a few early appointments of mentees, some in GTB, Procter & Gamble, McKinsey, Ernst & Young. You know, and in academia, I'll just talk about some of the people that you probably know from the 2022 camp. That are undergoing sponsored PhD and MSc Chemical Engineering in US and UK universities. So we have Somto Lambert, who got admission into Texas A&M USA, and he's undergoing a PhD. So that's ongoing. Feromi Oloke, University of Alabama, USA, a PhD program as well. Aliyu Aderinsola, Georgia Institute of Technology, USA, a PhD in Chemical Engineering. Olajide Bolagade, University of Alabama, USA, PhD program. And so like the women are not, the women won't carry last, so we have one woman as well. Amzat Rukayat, University of Manchester. She's undergoing an MSc program. She'll be starting in September. So these are some of the mentees, and so we just want to say kudos to all our professors, past and present, because obviously this is a testament to the fact that you've done a great job. We thank you, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. 1981-86 sets. We are pressed for time, and
sorry, we have some awards to. We'll probably leave that one to the dinner night. Thank you very much.
Thank you, 81-86 sets. Like I said, owing to exigency of time, we would like to call on
before he calls on the next person, the 1986 set, they have also undertaken our project on viscometer, $4,500. Please, let's put our hands together.
Thank you, my acting HOD. I respectfully want to invite the first female professor of chemical engineering and immediate past head of department, Professor Atoke Ogumbayo, to please address this gathering. A round of applause for her.
Thank you very much. I just want to use this opportunity to thank the alumni that are here, because I may not get the opportunity to do so. When I came in as HOD, I was put in the deep end. That is, I think I did 4 accreditations, either 4 or 5 accreditations. That's the highest number any HOD has ever done. So when I came in, there was money. And that's how I built my relationship with the alumni in here. There was no money. So I called my dad in Abu to do. She got the brunt of all the wahala. I said, what are we going to do? We have to get money to accredit departments. So we reached out to the alumni. We took them set by set. So I'm just trying to allude to what Professor Pedro said yesterday, that if you want to use your alumni, remember when you are teaching them to be nice to them. I'm not saying dash them marks. No, that's not the point. When they know that you are good to them, they will still respond. And that's what happened to us. So in fact, and you meet them in various unknown places. The 86 said, which said did the computer? I can't remember them now. That said, I just met the mom. The mom was my senior in grade school. I met her at the party. And I said, auntie, by the way, where is my daughter? On my go and share. I got her number. Called her the following day. Lolade, I'm now HOD. I need you. We need to do something for the department. And she rose up and came. The same thing with the mentoring group. We got in touch, I think it was Badmus that he got in touch with. That's it. And they said, okay, they will do mentoring. And now they're going to buy this computer for the department. So it's not going to be easy. You just pick them, just pick a key person. Toyo Kusoya. Yeah. You just keep each set. Pick somebody. Say, okay, right around your set. I'm surprised Dr. Ribayo is not here because she's supposed to be the alumni relationship officer for the department. And I told him 2 years ago, identify a key person in each set. You do that, you go places, challenge them. The outside that decorated and all that now, just by accident, all of them I got to know in my church. I didn't even know he was attending that church. The day I was doing my 70th birthday, the Reverend Father called me for Thanksgiving. And then he was telling his wife, that's my lecturer. So the wife said, I go with her for Thanksgiving. And so he came. And they said, you taught me in uni. I said, I don't remember. 30-something years ago. He said, okay. Have you been back to the department? He said, no. I said, come and visit also. In fact, I stopped being the HOD at that time. He came, saw the place, Dr. Ajayi, of course, who asked him, you can do this for us. And he did. So what I'm saying is this. While I'm thanking you all that have helped me, especially those online, thank you for your contribution to the department. You've done a lot, but there's still more to be done. So the current HOD will be reaching out to you. So please, help us. We are the only ones that we can depend on. The government is not going to do this for us. So we need to depend on you. You've been good so far, but we are Oliver Twist. We always keep asking for more. And I always say, whatever you are today is because of us. So whatever I am today is because of the life of Professor Susu, who taught me in Ife. Who taught me in Ife. And on the last note, without being too proud, but I have to say it, Ife people made Unilag. Look at your set of lecturers, your very first set of lecturers. They all came from Ife. They all came from Ife. Even the management, can you imagine? But we made you. So no matter what, you must be thankful. You will still be thankful to us that we made you. Thank you very much on that note. God bless you.
Another round of applause for the immediate past head of department of Chemical and Petroleum Engineering and the first female professor of this department and the faculty, Professor Atoke Ogubayo. All these achievements could have only been possible but for University of First Choice and the nation's pride. A round of applause. Dr. Ayo Daniel.
Professor Adeshino, Professor Aribike, Professor Kuye, and Professor Onikuli. We have set up a Professor Susu, Professor Alfred Apovita Susu Foundation. Okay? And the purpose of the foundation is specific. Is to support research in Nigeria, in the first instance, and Africa in the Black world. Okay, that's coming from his passion for research. We have two specific projects, amongst others. One is an annual biennial lecture, meaning every 2 years. Okay, every 2 years we're going to have not lecture, seminar. Okay, and the idea is to discuss topical research areas, so that at the end of the conference, we'll be able to point out topical areas for research relevant to Nigeria, not just relevant to Nigeria, that we're capable of doing in Nigeria. So every other year we tend to come out with a publication which we are going to circulate around the universities to guide research students, especially postgraduates. Actually, this idea came from my experience coming here after I retired from raw materials. I found that every year when we're talking to students, we are brainstorming about what research area to do. But if there's a publication that tells us the critical areas that the nation needs and facilities, then we can key into that. So we intend every other year to have such publication. Now, you can't do research without information. So we also planning to set up a database, okay, an information system for research information, research facilities in the country. So that if you are working, again, that came from some of the experience I had here when I was working on some things, and I want to know whether they have the facility fair, and you are, the government, federal government have tried to do things like that. So we intend to be the engine room to that, set up that information system, whereby if you want information about who is doing what, where you can get facilities, then you can key onto that information system. So we're embarking on that. To kick off that, on the 26th of this month, we're having the first seminar, okay? Seminar is online, okay, and we have a key speaker, okay, and then we have 4 discussants. Incidentally, Dr. Rine is one of the key discussants. Oh, as a side note, Dr. Rine and I were roommates in the first year in university. You know, I was a very good boy, he was a very bad boy. You know, so we're roommates. So each time you call on him, he's always willing to support. So it's one of these discussants. I'll put the flyer on the platform. I didn't want to put it until the end of this session so I won't distract. So by tomorrow, I'll put the flyer on the platform. I'll appeal to all of us to key in onto that. You know, so because I believe those working outside, you can contribute to the R&D focus with the university. Okay? And then those in the university, you can borrow from the private sector. Thank you very much. Dr. Rine used his power as chairman to give me 2 minutes. How did I do?
You fared well. Thank you, Dr. Ayo Daniel. For another round of 2 minutes, I respectfully invite Professor Sam Adefila. A round of applause for him.
The Honorable Chair, Dr. Rine, our most distinguished
people, I'm not calling them guests, on this table. Ladies and gentlemen, by the time I finish talking, you wonder why I'm here. You say, dog in a manger? When I finish, you can give whatever subject you would like to it. But I'm sure you are going to get something. But I'm sure everybody will get different things from what I'm going to say. I am a 1993 chemistry graduate of Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Today, I'm a professor of chemical engineering. So how did I get there? At the time I was in the university, our then head of department of chemical engineering was the deputy vice chancellor for Ahmadu Bello University. And he wanted to expand the university. So he wanted to bring in biochemistry, that was my set, pharmacy, textile science and technology, chemical engineering, and many others like that. And he chose to use the best students in chemistry for all these. So, by the time you are in second year, that time, we spent 3 years in the university, you will have been identified to be a good student. So they will just call you. You go and read PhD, pharmacognosy in Australia. You, in Canada. You, chemical engineering in this, and so on and so forth. So that's how I found myself in chemical engineering. I did not opt for it. Like I said, we were the first set of NYSC. So I just came in 74 to join the department. My department also started 73. So as we had young students, then we had young lecturer trainees also going together. So our department had a 10-year degree, a 10-year program of developing the university with the Dutch, with Holland. Why did this man pick Holland? He said he picked Holland, and it was a British. Picked Holland because he said that Holland came out of the Second World War very fast, very, very fast, and came top. I don't have to be talking to you about Holland today. You know what Holland is in all spheres of life. Holland is a very small country, and they are one of the greatest producers of agricultural products. Very tiny country, and in many areas. So we did our masters in Holland, and in the department where we did our masters, there were 6 departments. They called it departments, but each department had nothing less than 20 professors, because it was a technological university. So they had to teach everything. They had to teach the chemistry, they had to teach the mathematics, they had to teach the everything. So you had all the professors there. So we did a master's in Holland, came back to Nigeria, spent 2 years, go to do your PhD. You know what happened in my PhD again? I was admitted to do a PhD in process economics. Because while in Holland, we had a faculty of management. Do your baccalaureate, 3 years, and you now do your master's. If you decide to do your master's in management department, you still end a degree ER, okay, in junior. So I decided to take some management courses. To England, I was to do process economics on heat pumps, and they had not completed development of heat pumps. So I had to go to heat pumps. Thermodynamics. Gradually. Then I now realized that actually everybody is a thermodynamist. Abi, look at the fans. We are fanning ourselves in order to increase, to change phase from liquid in us, so that if you have a phase change, that heat transfer coefficient will dramatically increase. We could have done this instead of this. We could have used water. If we start watering ourselves, all of us will wet. But we use, everybody is a thermodynamist. Everybody. And thermodynamics is very basic, very simple, very straightforward, very easily applicable. So, as a teacher, I came to Lagos, and I didn't have enough to do. So I approached Professor Bello, the MPC. So he said I should go to a particular department, which I did, but I didn't enjoy it. So I came to chemical engineering. The HOD received me so well, and the students received me very well. So I've said many things. I didn't think, I thought like today, I'm a thermodynamist. I want to encourage you, I want to encourage all of us. Whatever you want to do, after your basic degree, there is nothing else you cannot do. Okay? Today, one of the first set of graduates in ABU there is a heart specialist. Heart specialist from fluid mechanics. So, that's it. Chemical engineering is broad, yes, it's broad to anywhere. And you can decide to read any other subject apart from your basic, something. I don't know what you have caught in what I have said. I have said so many things. Whatever you catch, you catch. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sam Adefila. And one thing I have learned is that we are all chemists. This boy that mentioned types of gas in the chemistry. About that I'm a thermodynamist. Well, on that thermodynamic note, we'll bring this to a close. But I also want to tell us that as we proceed, there will be a tour, and that period, quite a lot of things will be given to us to help us understand what is required. But on behalf of the organizing committee, I'd like to profoundly appreciate Emeritus Professor Alfred Akobeta Susu, NNOM, for him. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. John Erine, thank you very much, sir. Our own acting head of department, Dr. Faith Babalola Uchena, thank you very much, ma. We also thank our erudite scholar and our lecturer for today, Engineer Babaji Shoyode, and to all those who have come from far and near, from Houston, from the 1986 set, to everyone, we say thank you. As we proceed for the tea break, we will be touring the departments, and of course, a shopping list will be presented to us for us to understand that Department of Petroleum Engineering has a lot in getting to that enviable height. On behalf of Dr. Adegboye Gabolu Eyimowo and my humble self, Oluwaseun Ajidagba, we say thank you very much. God bless you all.
Please, let's have the photograph. Prof, sir. Emeritus Professor Susu. Please, photograph, sir. Let's take it. Thank you. You need your stuff. Let all alumni please come around for the photograph. Where is the photographer? Photographers are here. Please, yeah, Professor Dr. Ria, please. Please, sir, please come. We continue the network. Please come after Professor. You are very grateful. You can stay. Please come, sir. You can join. Thank you. So please lead the team.
My brother, you did very well. Very well.
temp to permanent staff. You will just be working with your. It's excellent arrangement. Yes.
Yeah.
It's a big barrier. You know, we lost accreditation for pet and gas. So our pet and gas alumni, 2007, that's the first graduate. To 2012, they had a meeting. One of them came here. So I discussed with her. They now arranged online meeting. We now met. That's when we discussed all this. So about 10 of them applied because you must process the application. So they said they're doing it free, pro bono. If you don't say like that, the school will not employ them because there's no money from Abuja.
But we have accreditation
No,
now.
we are preparing for accreditation.
We are doing it next month because last year
Yeah. 2021. Yes, that's when chemical got full accreditation. Pet and gas got lost.
Is it different?
They are. No, they will come and be revisiting now. After 3 years, they come.
So does Petroleum still have?
Yes, we got full accreditation is 5 years.
Okay, so it's better than that.
Better than that.
Okay, question. Now, I know that you have someone. I remember somebody mentioned this when we were having the discussion. You have someone that is kind of coordinating the alumni.
And not really. We have an alumni committee in this department.
Okay.
Because alumni, they are so scattered. So you need lecturers who are alumni all themselves. Okay. You understand? So the alumni that are at home base, we use them to form an alumni committee so that they will be at home.
Okay, the reason why I say that is because think about it. How vast.
Very vast. Yes.
Now, here represented, is 286. We were masters together, 97. And I think we just and I believe that the alumni, they really want to do something. But I believe that there isn't enough communication or a lot of awareness as to what's going on.
You know, the issue is that we didn't even have contact. This is the first time. This is the first time we had to create a website, let people register, let's get their email, let's communicate. Then this WhatsApp group that Mrs. Ogunbayo started last year, I didn't know about it. I wasn't even on that WhatsApp group. It's last month they told me there's WhatsApp and added me. And since then it has grown from 120 to almost 400.
Can I also
so it's going around.
One of the things you can do is to assign a number of students in the department to go to LinkedIn.
Okay.
And then what you do is that you take the list of for each.
ESCO, you hear, see student ESCO.
So the list, so you go, you look at the graduation list here for each year, and then you Google them. Because if you Google, if you check LinkedIn, you will put in there Unilab 2021 to 2022. From there, then you can take it from there and now start reaching out to people. Let me be honest with you. There are lots of people. You might say they don't have the time, but they have the money, and they'll be more than willing to help. So that's number one. The number two thing I want to talk about. Is, do you have, there's a student I work with. So I work with students. I play students in schools abroad. So I work with the best graduate student in 2010 of Unilag and chemical engineering in 2010. So he's already added in. Okay. I got him and his wife, both of them finished from chemical way. And then when it told me when it was here in the set that MTN had like a study center. And that study center, it was from that study center that it was able to access the MIT courseware, that's MIT online, all those things. And that helped him to make a first class. So my question to you is that do we have such study center? So if it's no, then is it not something that you work on? And this is what it's going to do. The advantage, it will lessen the burden even on the lecturers. Even the lecturers can go to those sites and refresh themselves. Because those sites are loaded. And they're free. They are loaded and they are free. And the other thing you might not know, and they are willing to do, even if you reach out to the owners, when I say owners, whoever is in charge, they might be willing to partner with you to even set up classes and your students. And some of them, if you pay a token, it's free. If you pay a token, students are able to acquire, they issue certificate to them. So, and it is there, and they're owned by, most of those sites are owned by all the top universities all over the world, and they are loaded. So if you have like a center, so if you need something like the computer study center that
you showed us, we can assign a time to the different levels. So we assign a class to them, they work with the lecturer and some of the students, and if you want to work with them, they sit down and look at the courses that are relevant to the different levels. So in addition to their taking their class, they will also be going there when they have their time to go and learn there. When they are, there's nothing like holiday when you are in school. No, like I'm serious. Once past secondary school, there's no holiday again in life. So they can go there and start learning. You understand? In addition to what the Shola are doing with them, and then their holidays too, we should all look for companies. Some of them have companies. We should look for companies and make them do internship. And they are not, it doesn't have to, it's not the technical content they are looking for. So that they can help them to acquire life skills, which will help them when they are applying to, like US is very generous. There's a lot of money in the US. When I say a lot, there's plenty of money. Looking for who to use them. And you understand, there are lots of opportunities. So I think we can do that. That would lessen the workload on the lecturers. And even the lecturers can go there.
Yeah.
You understand? You can go there and update your you update curriculum, revise and all that.
Yeah. When if NUC we allow you.
No. I'm not.
Sorry.
Whatever it is we are going to do.
It's a side government.
Okay.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Okay, sir. I'll come and meet you now. Yes. Professor, she wants to go.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Whatever it is we are doing, it's the same way we run our homes. We don't get involved in the generation we run our homes. So if you want this to work,
you know, the things you are not allowed.
We will check the boundaries.
Exactly. That's it.
Do things outside of whatever they do. I mean, they set down rules. We will not.
Yeah, that's it. You know, when these our alumni wanted to try free, first they say they can't pay. I said, okay, can people do it free? They said they will do it free. They said they should bring application. He must go to faculty AMP. That is it. Everything has to be vetted. Else, you know, anything you do can be abused and just turn into any other thing. Especially with the way the world is going. So they still have to monitor. The person must be CV. This is our student. You understand? They won't say because you're a professor in hard. All our students should go and read your course. That's on their own. But the school will not approve it.
I want that amount.
So, Dr. Olufa, over to you. Let me even organize.
This one, so you were in our church.
Okay, release. Is it okay, yeah?
Yeah, it's okay there.
So let's go to the laboratories and the former building. Downstairs, we have some in the former building. Madam, sorry. All right. Ogunwumi, lab. Where Okoto come? Before we come back, please open this one.
I don't have the key, but I'll call her.
Oh, Baba Beji. Let's come this way. So this is one of our classrooms for 200 students. Both chemical and paint and gas use it together because most of their courses are still they do it together. Right. Yes, they are still coming.
So you have chemical engineering and then you have paint and gas.
Petroleum and gas.
Petroleum and gas engineering.
Yes.
Okay.
Those are the 2 degrees we award.
Okay. All right. And in terms of accreditation, no, the 2 of them are fully.
No, we have for chemical.
Okay.
But for petroleum and gas have been denied last year, but we are working towards it now. We have re-accredited this month.
Okay.
The major reason why we were denied was because of staffing and maybe one or two equipment.
Okay.
We are working towards that. So this is Chemical Engineering Lab 2. So this was sponsored by TC's alumni set. So those are the equipment we have in this place. For temperature equipment, we have liquid extraction equipment, solid liquid extraction equipment. Then for mass transfer equipment, we have absorption, cooling sterilization, falling film absorption, and gas desorption. Then we have some equipment for chemical reaction engineering. We have a chemical reactor trainer there, batch reactor, assistant reactor, continuous step-down reactor, and fixed bed catalysis. Then we have also for heat transfer equipment, rising from evaporator, and wet cooling power. So all of them are there. Then we label them daily. For cooling, sterilization equipment. Then this is mass transfer equipment. All the units have been distributed. This is for mass transfer equipment. Yes.
Yes. Well, I've seen two of them.
This is because of weather. They are not in session now.
Yes, they are on break.
I resume at the end of the month. And the university is officially October 30.
October?
Yes.
Because of the strike and all that.
They increased their tuition fee. No tuition there, public fees. And part of that fee is accommodation. So they said they need to fix something in the hostel. Okay. So that's why they extended by 1 month.
Okay.
So how many months does
Huh?
How many months does a typical
session?
The semester is about 16 weeks, averagely. That's months.
Yeah, months, but practically with all this strike.
That one depends on ASU, NASU, and federal government. So this one is an electrical equipment. So electrical steel generator. And what we normally do, the reason why you can see dust on some of them is because there is no way students can perform experiments on all of them at the same time. So from time to time, we select like 4 or 5, put it in their manual, we run it from time, then some of the equipment are resting. So that's what we are doing. Like the one we are paying for accreditation next month now, the one for PETAS, we have changed about 4 experiments. So the manual they are using before, we have replaced the experiment. We are giving them new ones. Since the equipment are available. This for separation. This for reaction engineering. This one is extraction, separation equipment. Then this for reaction engineering. These 3. Then the lab is here. This one is fixed bed catalysis equipment. This is your lab. Take 2.
This is fixed bed catalysis reactor. And they use it to test the performance of fixed bed catalysis. So that's for the 4 experiment. And this one also. This is a continuous tester reactor. We need to train it on reactor experiments. That's the main training. But we have different head that we remove. This is a removable head for cascaded 3 stator.
Like a removable kit.
Yes.
It's a kit for that one.
This one is the battery reactor. Battery reactor. If you want to have a this is our tubular or block flow.
Which one has a steam jacket?
Yes. The battery. And this is the tubular reactor. This is the main trainer. But right now we have just man continuous step reactor on it. And, a master student came to use it for 1 or 2 research and packet data for it. So basically lab is done by the 4 students, chemical engineering. So when we year 4 was the final year.
No, year 4 is
the final year.
Final, yes, man. Yeah, final.
They've changed the way they calculate.
Yes.
That's okay. I'm just
it's a 5-year course now.
Yeah. It's,
It's 4 years.
Year 5, they don't do lab again. Or they do final year projects.
Yeah.
A project for the whole year.
Final year project for a whole year, yes.
Yes.
Do they classes though?
They do classes.
They do classes.
Okay, project.
Final project.
The project is a 6-unit course, 3 units first semester, 3 units second semester.
I hope this is not only for you.
That's our record.
In terms of, so you got the equipment, what about maintenance? What's the maintenance like? So
we
have provided the equipment, is there like a maintenance program that will track?
There is no consistent support from front, but we maintain ourselves. We are trained engineers. Most of us have training in polytechnic and also in university. And we also go for time-to-time courses. So, like most of us have done training on terms of equipment. So we maintain it time to time. Like before the master went to use it, he was with him and they looked at whatever they can gain all that and they finished it.
So how about the funds for maintenance, or the funds for operations? It's like we have chemicals, you have running costs. How is that handled?
My dad can answer that.
Actually, from the students, they register for laboratories. So part of the fund goes into maintenance, then part of it goes into production of their lab manuals. But now the system has changed. It's going to change from this session because now universities are now charging obligatory fees. So the management has mandated all faculties not to collect lab money from the student. So the one collected at the central will be sent to the department for maintenance. You know, there was a lot of uproar in the country, the student disturbances all over the campus. Unilag did their own, OAU did their own, they did it in the north. So the students are now paying to the central post of the university. But that money is now going to be sent to the department once they resume, within a week. That's a promise from the management. But before we do it, we have more equipment in chemical. Where we really have serious issue is in petroleum and gas. And if you look at the list, the $1 million laboratory equipment and endowment fund that we distributed, most of the equipment is engineering. This lab is basically chemical engineering lab 2. We still have another one there. It's chemical engineering lab 1. I've told them to open. Then we have our unit operation lab down there, the older one. Maybe you will know that one.
The one in the main building?
Yeah, the main building.
Is it still being used?
Yes. Okay. We use it for pilot plant operation.
Yeah, because it looked,
we have to use it for pilot. My own PhD thesis, my rig is still there. At the time of my PhD work is still there. So many students also use it for their work. But the problem we really have is in petroleum and gas. So, and that's why most of the equipment here goes to petroleum and gas, except few of the equipment that is for analysis, for research purpose. But the teaching equipment, the majority of them fall under petroleum and gas. And that's one of the reasons why the team that came was able to say, no, we will deny your accreditation. Back to back. We have interim back to back. We addressed, personally, I wrote a letter, we addressed the issue, we wrote to NUC. They said, no, those two issues, staffing and equipment. That. So, but staffing, they won't allow you to. And now we are, like the issue raised up, sir, the issue of contract, it will not help. But 3 contract staff is equivalent to 1 full-time lecturer. So if you have 3 contract staff, it's like 1 academic staff, full-time. So we are still, it's just to help. We are not really there yet. I understand. Yeah. So the accreditation that's current? It's NUC. NUC. Current and NUC. Are they the ones who are responsible for disbursement of funds? They don't disburse funds, though. They only to come and accredit another pass of it. Because they don't give you money for that. They don't give us money for that. The university is the one that is supposed to do that, but the university always complain of lack of funding from the government too. So the little resources they have is what they give. To be honest with you, if not for the 86 alumni set and 2001 that gave us some money and equipment for even for last 2001 accreditation for chemical, because we did for the 2 courses, chemical and petroleum at the same time. Chemical will have had issue. 87. Were you in 87? Yes. Maybe they're trying to challenge. No. So it was that fund we actually used to repair most of this equipment. Because it was then we did all these all these things. It was then. Yes. It was from there. That's why if you look up, you will see courtesy 86 alumni is there. It's written on the body. It's there. So yes, the label, yes, it's there. The labels. And the refurbishment. And the equipment was supplied by PTDF when the building was donated.
They don't give us money. That's what professor.
No, how much is that label?
Got it for us.
I can't remember the.
That much. They don't give us money to do some of these things. That's what.
And you know, the reason why we did it was that the team that came, Professor Okeme, was my lecturer in Unibe. It was the team. She was the team leader. She said our lab was not structured, was not organized. And that was it. That was how it was in Unibe. Because my first was Unibe. We labeled each of the equipment, each transfer, this side. So she came with that idea. Okay, no, it's a good idea. So that's why we have to do all this.
I'm saying, so if somebody wanted, I'm trying to, when I go back, I'll try and reach out to some of my classmates who I have not spoken to in years. But I say, okay, just buy a label or something. Name we don't want that. We don't want that. I say at the minimum, if you can't do this. The label after 3 or 4 years.
I don't want to allow to. Sir, they didn't tell us to buy label. They gave us the fund. We are the one that used our name to buy the label. So what we organize the lab. But now that you have the shop, the list, the endowment list. So the alumni can work with this. So this is a guy, sir. Not the label, sir.
When you talk to people, they say they have the money. I say, okay. I say things that really need your support.
Yes. So we will still put it online. We put it on the website.
So is there a central alumni organization for chemical engineering, or each class has its own?
For now, none. That was a suggestion made up. But we have a staff member who is coordinating it. Is that Dr. So he will work on it now. No, that's Dr. Ribayo. He's also an alumnus of this place. I know he's much younger than you, sir. No, it's around. I saw him this morning.
Much younger than me.
He's younger. He finished his master's.
Because I taught him here.
Because I finished his Ajanta. The minute I came out of my mother,
I did my master's and PhD here. And I didn't meet you here, sir.
But I'm saying is that when I was born, I didn't do all this elementary school and all that. I just came, I could talk, in 7 days. In front of
Okay, sir.
That is engineering. So what then the other, so if you now add the skill, that you now give people hands-on. If you give people from what you see, you might also give them ideas of what they can also do and even improve on some of the processes that they have in place. So is that experience? That is the difference between Nigerian education and America. Like me, I don't like to compare. If you ask me, I've never gone to a private school in my life before. I've never schooled outside Nigeria before. I only work for another boss. From the exposure, from the world as I do, the American education is something that we should, if we have it, then we'll save ourselves. We should leave the government. We'll save ourselves. We will. The hands-on, to do hands-on for these children. I've told them there's no holiday when you're in school. Even if it's a week holiday, it's for you to go and load up, acquire life skills. Once we start going, once you leave secondary school and you're in the university, it's time to start loading up your life. Yes, even in secondary school. So I think what we should do, we need to, I like us to work on internship opportunities for them. It's not necessarily with the oil companies. You know the oil companies.
Saturated.
Some of the oil companies are not even very intense. Even the supervisors. But all this technical, like the oil cleaning, I've forgotten it, proforce, they will look at ourselves, like the engineer, we see how we can, even if it's consultants, can work, if your student can work with him, they understudy him, even if all they're doing is carrying his back, they can learn how to have communication, they can improve their communication skills, interpersonal relationships, they can improve all those things. Those are the things that, sir,
they never taught us, but they're very important.
Sir, there's no way anywhere in the world all those life skills. What schools will teach you will be technical content, but in terms of soft skills, they will come from exposure.
Certainly.
So most of the students.
What I'm trying to say is that these skills are very important. Many times, depending on what company is, a good part of your evaluation is based on your interpersonal skills and your leadership skills. Your technical content is probably about 50% or less. Your evaluation is how you work in a team, how you can lead people, how you can influence, how you can so, and those things are very important. Which, when I was going to school here,
I know.
When I first didn't know, you're right.
Very
like she said, you're not taught in any school.
Yeah, you can't.
But in the work
environment, they're very
But the other thing I would tell you is that there's a platform I belong to, and I see the effort that they do. Like, so what we do basically is that we just pick students from all over Nigeria. So minimum of 2-1. Then we help them with the entire admission process. To all over the world, but majority will go to here. But what they do is that you can see the geology alum in geology. Was the last vice VC. So you see what the students are doing, what they so they respect it. So you see them trying to help the department, help the students. They are just very intentional. And you can see, so what the students are now doing as they progress, now see them. If you are not, you can start off and start doing it. And it's not even money. I know we need money, the lab and all that. All those things will come. But so that we can do that, we can start doing those things bit by bit now to save ourselves and our future too. Not necessarily the country. Because who is the country? We are all the country. You understand? We all are the country. And that's what makes US different. You see people giving back to they don't care what's going on in DC. They're intentionally helping their societies to grow. So we all have to also do that. It's not money. It's not people who say I don't have money. It's not money. It's not about money.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, man. We have another lab here.
Yes.
Thank you.
Environment not affects me.
I have something here too.
We know that is
a sacrifice. So these are lab 2. I listed as about. Them. This is fluid mechanics. All the equipment we have on this line, they are fluid mechanics equipment. And on that wall, there, fluid mechanics. This line, they are mass transfer equipment, but the specific names are written. These are free mechanics equipment. These are mass transfer equipment. These are heat transfer equipment. And they are working. It's only that we face them. You know, they cannot use everything in a cement or in a year. No. So we replace them from time to time with new set of experiments. And the names are there. This is thermalization unit equipment. And all of them, this is just a water bath. It's a water bath. Where is Okocha? Okay, Okocha. What's the name of this one? Particular name. It's not in there. That's removed. But we can get it by head. This one is there. This jacketed. It's a exchanger equipment. Names are the natural and natural convection. This one is for fluid mechanics. Cavitation demonstration. I think this is a meter. So the equipment here are fluid mechanics. These are pump and compressor units. These are orifice and jet apparatus, impact of jets, all this here for fluid mechanics. This here. Is it for the one reason about Oboja?
Yes, we want for Oboja.
Try use Robertson and Crown. Then Oboja, combine the two. I combine the two for the student.
You take treatments now?
I still take it now.
Wow.
When I resumed last year, after I left for other people, but I resumed back last year.
Okay.
Ma.
Even if we go to MIT lab, it's not better than this. So I'm not telling you, my children went to MIT, so it's not. This is not better. My two sons went to MIT. The lab is not better. This is this lab is being honest with you.
I'm just scared of the other side.
No, Charlie, when you are the other time, that this list we are giving you, most of the equipment there, they are for petroleum and gas. Chemical, we are that's why we're waiting for chemical, but we denied for petroleum and gas. So we need serious help in petroleum and gas.
I know we have already bankrolled this one.
Okay.
So my set had already bankrolled this one.
Okay.
I know that.
Okay.
I'm sure that we can do. No, it was this one.
The one you did, we wrote it there.
This one is correct.
There's another list here. There's another. Take him. Is it this one too? 96 sets.
Sorry?
UV. Okay, this is a research equipment. This for what's related. Take him. It's analytical equipment. This was analytical equipment.
But instead of a lake.
The one they've taken, they only to decide.
Taken by
this morning.
It was between
we will find it.
Please, give us.
Probably the mix.
Okay.
I think it's.
Give us like 1 more.
That's good. the other that you are afraid of, I think we are, is the next place we are going now. We will go there.
You know this is new to us. That's the problem.
Let's go to the old lab. I will go through the shortcuts.
So you know his office used to be there. How is that lab?
Oh, we have converted it to office.
Where is that vortex?
Oh, I'm there. He's there. If you're not nonsense. This is a shortcut. I will open this place. I will open this place. This was I know. This ones were donated by PTDF. This video was donated. So they came with PTDF. It was at that time. Petroleum Development Fund. Petroleum Trust Development Fund. PTDF. Petroleum Trust Development Fund. Mr. Shitu. Tabati wọlé tó ń bì ibẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ àgbàjáde so ẹ lọ mú kìbí kẹwàá tì tabati wọlé ẹ má ṣe ká sílẹ̀ tabati wọlé tán ẹ lọ mú kìwà. You can go in, sir. Okay. ẹ wọlé sir. So this is Petroleum Lab. You can see how scanty it is.
Is he on?
This is Petroleum Production Reservoir Engineering Lab.
Wow.
So you can see this old equipment. So we really need help in this area. Serious help. So most of the equipment listed here, drilling fluid and cement testing laboratory equipment. Table B.
Okay, so when you put this,
most of the equipment here will be residing in this place.
So you listed them in dollars.
Yeah, in dollars, so because of the stability of the currency.
So you intend to buy them locally, or you bring them in? I'm just asking.
No, anyway, you can buy it and ship it to us.
Because I was going to say that. What if we find these?
You can supply it.
Because most things are really what they sell in countries usually times two.
Exactly. So
if you and it's easy to buy all these things, Alibaba or wherever, you can buy them. Yes.
In the event that we won't buy us.
In the event
we will need more
Description and presentation.
So one doesn't just
buy the wrong
buy it and they say it's not this one.
Yes. It would be nice to have
more details.
More details.
We can just anyone you just give you can supply more detail by the specification.
No, just put all this guy.
Okay.
Just put.
Just told me now that they need to fix it. Yes. We have another.
A new thing.
This is a workshop. We have another. Yes, drill engineering lab. These are drill engineering lab. Okay, where can call up, sir?
He asked a valid question that would this shopping list be on the website?
It's there.
It's there.
It's now. We have posted it on the website. This thing is still working. This is all you know.
This is all we know.
We still do some things here. This was published by Professor Kennedy when he was ATD. As it is, it's working, but nobody is using it for anything for now.
Because we will have gotten a smaller equipment.
You know, it's a crystallizer.
Yeah.
A triple effective approach. And you know, to run these things, you need money. We are talking about material and energy balance. And the more the quantity, the more the money. So when you teach your students, now we use it? No, we don't. We use all the smaller equipment you see there. No, we don't use them. Even this is still working, but we have phased out in vertical time. This one is for this experience on dynamics of flow. But it's still working, but we have changed it. But it's a long-time experiment. So since we have new equipment, but basically we use this lab for pilot plant testing and all the rest.
Pilot plants.
Then there are things sedimentation. The sedimentation.
Pilot plant, that pilot plant is support commercial.
Yes. Yes.
So the company is trying to do something.
Yes. How many of them here? My own is there. Caustic soda plant.
Okay.
Then lab, the drilling. Drilling equipment. Dr. Adebo's own is there. Then this other one you see, this is pipe. And this long one, Dr. Imo, our MC. This is an experiment. Some of them master students are working on it. So then we have another workshop. This is it. We have two, one here, one there. And this is caustic soda pilot plant. Caustic soda hydrogen chlorine. This is my own experiment. It's a pilot plant. Then basically most of our students.
But they're working now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
They are working.
Are they working?
They are working. In fact, they scare. Ta ló ṣiṣẹ́ lórí list lẹ́yìn? Àwọn pẹ́ẹ́sì wọ̀nyẹn ẹ kọ́ síwájú. I've put them 62 hours.
These ultra-thin solar modules are delicate. They can tear easily, making them hard to deploy. The solution? Fabrics. The MIT team identified fabrics as the perfect substrate for these cells. They found Dyneema, a composite fabric weighing only 13 grams per square meter. This fabric is incredibly strong. In fact, its fibers were used as ropes to lift a sunken cruise ship from the Mediterranean Sea. So, how do they fare against the competition? When tested, they could generate 730 watts of power per kilogram when freestanding. When deployed on Dyneema fabric, they generated about 370 watts per kilogram. That's 18.
Our whole economy, or nearly our whole economy, with solar and other renewables.
Traditional silicon solar cells have their limitations. They're fragile and need to be encased in heavy glass and metal frames. This restricts where they can be installed. But MIT's new solar cells are a game changer. 6 years ago, the team at MIT's One Lab created solar cells so lightweight they could sit atop a soap bubble. However, those cells were made using complex processes that were expensive and hard to scale. The new generation of solar cells is entirely printable. They're made using nanomaterials in the form of electronic inks. The team uses a slot die coater to deposit layers of these materials onto a substrate that's only 3 microns thick. Then, using screen printing, an electrode is added to complete the solar module. The result? A solar module that's about 15 microns thick, which can be easily peeled off its plastic substrate. But there's a challenge. These ultra-thin solar modules are delicate. They can tear easily, making them hard to deploy. The solution? Fabrics. The MIT team identified fabrics as the perfect substrate for these cells. They found Dyneema, a composite fabric weighing only 13 grams per square meter. This fabric is incredibly... In fact, its fibers were used as ropes to lift a sunken cruise ship from the Mediterranean Sea. So, how do they fare against the competition? When tested, they could generate 730 watts of power per kilogram when freestanding. When deployed on Dyneema fabric, they generated about 370 watts per kilogram. That's 18 times more power per kilogram than traditional solar cells. Moreover, these ultra-thin solar panels could potentially decrease the amount of solar waste that is inherent to traditional solar panels. When their life cycle is over, old silicon panels have nothing to do other than filling landfills, adding to the ecological footprint problem that we are facing today.
We are expecting to see kind of two waves of panel waste coming. So the first wave should be about 2030. And then there's a huge wave that's expected to hit about 2050. And so I do know with that wave in 2050, the global estimate of PV waste is 78 million tons of panel waste.
Durability is another strong suit of these cells. Tests showed that even after rolling and unrolling a fabric solar panel over 500 times, the cells retained more than 90% of their initial power generation capabilities. The future of solar technology looks bright, thanks to innovations like these. This technology can turn any surface into a power plant. MIT engineers have made a groundbreaking advancement in the field of solar technology. They've developed an ultralight fabric solar cell that can transform virtually any surface into a power source. Calling these solar cells innovative would be an understatement. They're revolutionary. Much thinner than a human hair, yet they're robust and efficient. These cells are a mere 1/100th the weight of conventional solar panels. Yet they generate 18 times more power per kilogram, all thanks to semiconducting inks and scalable printing processes. Glued to a strong, lightweight cells are easy to install on any fixed surface. This creates endless possibilities, from wearable power fabrics to rapid deployment in remote locations during emergencies. Think of integrating them onto boat sails for power at sea, or sticking them onto tents used in disaster recovery operations. They could even be applied to drone wings, extending their flight range. This technology is not just about generating power. It's about integrating power generation seamlessly into our daily lives.
Solar for the past several years has been the cheapest form of energy, forgetting renewable or dirty, just the cheapest overall, down to a few cents per kilowatt hour. So that means that in one view of the future, solar on the rooftops of homes, businesses, large solar deserts, and we power our whole economy, or nearly our whole economy, with solar and other renewables.
The team at MIT's One Lab created solar cells so lightweight they could sit atop a soap bubble. However, those cells were made using complex processes that were expensive and hard to scale. The new generation of solar cells is entirely printable. They're made using nanomaterials in the form of electronic inks. The team uses a slot die coater to deposit layers of these materials onto a substrate that's only 3 microns thick. Then, using screen printing, an electrode is added to complete the solar module. The result? A solar module that's about 15 microns thick, which can be easily peeled off its plastic substrate. But there's a challenge. These ultra-thin solar modules are delicate. They can tear easily, making them hard to deploy. The solution? Fabrics. The MIT team identified fabrics as the perfect substrate for these cells. They found Dyneema,